Test, 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 test. Yo, Braggy. You're off, bud. Well, thank you for popping in for even a moment. Hope you have a good day, mate.
The jungle holds many secrets, it seems.
Yo, Math. Good afternoon, mate. How's things?
Ah, so are we done here?
Hey, Mr. Herminator. How are we? Skill tree. This is what the skill tree is looking like at the moment. Oh, good luck with your study. It's been a long time since I've had to study. Oof. What are you studying, by the way, Herm, just before you duck off? Got it, Braggy? Can I close it? No probs. Always appreciate the lurk, though, Herm. Gotta figure out how the hell you do that fancy-ass styling on your name label. I'm guessing that's a 7TV thing? Or is it a Twitch thing?
What's your step?
Welcome aboard. Half sail. This is as close as we can get.
Land ahoy. What's your step? We shouldn't be here.
Better clear out the inventory. I actually may need more mana regen. Where can I get some? Up here. Increase area effect, damage, skill effect duration. Probably you have to go around here. Or up through here, actually, maybe. Possible.
A mercenary, friend.
What can I do for you? Here for a deal? Here's what I've got. Always nice doing business with you.
Ooh, that's not bad.
It's always nice doing business with you.
The hell is that? I don't think I've ever seen this. Fragile regrowth.
Done. Do come again.
Definitely hold on to the... Ooh, fire, auras maybe. Yo, Raptor. Likewise, bud. Likewise. Hope you have a good day as well. Hopefully we survive long enough to get into Endgame so we can play around with this idea. Build's feeling pretty good, although the mana regen situation feels like it could use some more love. Ember+Flameblast definitely burns through the mana a lot quicker than I suspected it would. I think I have to put in efficiency into Orb Storms as well. That burns through mana. Yo, Goldan! Welcome. How are we all today? Oh, forgot about these map pieces. They're worth picking up for the plunder point. Always a good amount of currency in there. Actually, I should pick up these flask upgrades as well. Good, good, good. Good to hear. Go for it, why not? Like I said, I don't know much about the monk, but I'm more than happy to hear what you've been coming up with.
Please hurry. I feel I could die at any moment. Oh, Cadogan, preserve me.
Hey, don't name him.
You must forgive me. This has been a nightmare.
Is there any more quest log from this? I can never remember. This boat always makes me nervous after the dead rabbit incident.
Is there? Oh, shite!
Make sure it actually explodes behind me. Yeah, so I don't accidentally run back onto it without seeing the timer. From what I remember, when you pick up the remnant, the runic ward remnants from Remnants of Kalgur, you still receive the runic ward, so it almost pays for itself in terms of the explosion. But it's interesting to hear that it actually still has enough to sustain all of the other remnants as well. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm trying to be careful with the sprint map for that very reason. I keep forgetting, like, I'm twinked out, so I'm playing a little bit overconfident, but then there's moments where you get tripped over and you're like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be sprinting so much. Especially considering I'm like 4 or 5 levels under as well, because I've been kind of just blasting through everything. Should probably be more diligent and over leveling a little bit. Level 1 lightning arrows. Looking like it's pewing though. I can imagine the visual effects of all the explosions would be pretty cool. At the moment I'm just going to rely on the mana flasks, because any passive point investment's going to take a couple more levels. Like, I know I can path up into here. Like, I may path through here, pick up this node for a bit of extra damage, and maybe get some damage regen aura, and then move into, could maybe move into this cluster, which will also get me access to this node, which is very good. The only other alternate, I wanted to move up here primarily for this and this, but yeah, I really had hoped that these intelligence motes would be enough mana regen, but it does seem to be struggling a little bit. The other idea I have is to probably get rid of rapid casting in here and put in efficiency. That would probably help a little bit as well. But for now, the mana flask will do. It's just that I'm not used to pressing the mana flask after all this time using Pyro Pack. I looped back to the start. P doesn't hurt, but it's a bit weird. I don't mind. I always like talking about tech and stuff. Do I focus on damage or do I make my way to this mana? Can always respec. I've got the gold. What is the gold hands? Shoot. Damn, this map is actually quite big when you explore all of it. Yeah, I know the helmet you're talking about. I can't remember the name of it, but I do remember the name. Sorry, I do remember the item.
My boy.
What's Scarred Faith? Maybe something in standard worth playing around with. On hardcore, the helmet slot is far too important for armor stacking, as it's the only reliable big source of armor applies to chaos damage. The desecration on the helmet is just too valuable to give up for anything else, unfortunately. It's pretty limited in that respect. It's an interesting idea, but it would be probably something that would be worth exploring more so in softcore.
I'll gladly take that off your hands.
Oh, another armor applies to elemental.
I think I can find a buyer for that. Good day. Come back anytime.
Hey, Kev. Nah, didn't rip. Infernalist is still alive. I tried to kill him off, but it was too stubborn. And have moved on to just playing a Gemling for a little bit of fun, something different. I would have to think about it more like off-stream, Gold Hand. Kind of multitasking it right now. kind of a little bit too much to think of while I'm focusing on this, to be honest. I have seen people use that helmet for those kind of rough ideas though before with some level of success. I believe Hungry Boots did some experimentation with that helmet for that exact reason. I don't know if he was using those passive points. I think he was using some other sort of unique belt in combination with that helmet to be able to do the recoup tech basically without Pyro Pact. Yeah, I definitely need more mana regen. Yeah, you'd have to just test it out in practice to see what it translates to. Actually, there's 2 points, isn't it, from this quest?
I should have known. What can I do here for impeccable offerings?
Oh, it's a twink helmet.
Day. Bye then.
$45, $65, $54. I think I'll work my way up through here to get to this mana regen. Bit of skill speed as well. That's nice. Yeah, with this setup with the Gore Girdle and... Actually, not even just with the Gore Girdle. Any armor stacking setup really needs that Desecration on the helmet. It's, I would say, almost mandatory. Harlequin or Shrike? I'll go to Shrike. Yo, Numling! How's it going, buddy? The armor applies to chaos damage. There is a desecration on helmets.
There you go.
I believe it's strength-based helmets that allows you to get a up to, I think it's 31 or 32 armor applies to chaos damage. It's one of the only sources. The only other sources are the Panther Idol for body armor. You can get it on the Black Heart Ring, which can then also be crafted onto a Lore Weave. Other options. I think the only node on the passive tree is this one down here, which is quite cumbersome to get, because you need to get all 3 of these as well. This cluster in general is decent value, and since we're starting the mercenary area, it may actually be worth considering picking this whole cluster up. But basically, this line here, armor applies to chaos damage, is very rare, and there's basically just a very high roll on the helmet. So, not getting that on the helmet if you're an armor stacker is very risky. The best example of why it's risky that I can give you is the very reason why my very first Shield Wall Infernalist character pretty much died. Ran into some corpse chaos explosion balls that basically just one-shot me because I had no armor mitigation to to chaos. Yeah, exactly what Goldhand said. The other thing with Infernalist in particular, I'm on a Gemling now, so it's probably a little bit less critical, but on the Infernalist especially, since you're converting 20% of your physical damage to chaos, having some mitigation, extra mitigation to that is definitely very nice. But it's mostly the fact that if you're armor stacking, you're typically going red life. Maybe with a little bit of runic ward. I always like to mix in runic ward just to buff up the kind of effective life pool. But you typically have a much smaller life pool than like an ES build or something like that. So just relying purely on your chaos resistance typically isn't enough. There are some sources of pretty big chaos damage hits in the game, and if you don't have some extra armor mitigation against it, it's risky. You can get away with it, obviously, in softcore. You've got a lot more flexibility in softcore. You just, well, if you die 1 in 20 maps because of like a big burst of chaos damage, it's like, oh well, it sucks, but you know, you're not going to cry over it. In hardcore, however, you don't have that luxury. Yeah, and I struggled to get that roll on the first character on the helmet, and yeah, paid the price. Well, especially once you get to like level, especially once you get past about level 94 or 5, the XP loss is a serious pain in the ass. So I always like to have a tanky builds in softcore as well. Hey, Balok, welcome, buddy. Yeah, especially like 97, level 97 plus, the XP loss is significant. Like you're talking about hours of your time lost if you're pushing XP, dying in softcore. This is an ult, just having some fun, Balok. The Infernalist is still alive. It refused to die, so I jumped the gun and just created the Gemling proactively. So I just felt like testing this build idea out and having a bit of, just having something a bit different to do. If there's a demand for it, if people really want me to go back on the Infernalist, I'll do so. But at the moment, kind of just really wanted to test out Ember+Flameblast, so I've never really played with it all that much. And it's good on the Gemling due to the ult quality, reducing the skill effect duration to a significant point where you can play it a lot earlier and with much less investment. I tried my best, Kev. At one point I did an Alder's Saga Grand Expedition with propagating runes with 7+ to all on a T16, I think it was. And it still survived. I gotta be careful of the vomitability here. I know it's quite scary. Maybe I do need to use Bone Storm. Yeah, Bone Storm is still superior in terms of single damage.
Yes?
Enjoy your meeting, Kev.
Where to?
if that's possible.
All stop!
Not really. I am aware of that tech.
We've arrived.
I'm trying to kind of keep things relatively simple in hardcore, but I have played around with that tech a little bit with the, what is it, with Minion Pact, where you balance the damage of the Minion Pact compared to the minion level to the point where you can just, yeah, one-shot the minions and sacrifice them, which triggers the minion cast, and then you do it on a weapon swap so that your minions are respawning. Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff, but it's probably a little bit too over the top for hardcore. I think Prada did that tech as well in some of his setups, and Circus Gaming, I think he did that with one of his builds with the Hammer of the Gods for like rage. I can't remember. It was such a, there's so many moving pieces in that build.
Good day. Here for a deal? Impeccable offering.
It's some cool tech though. I am aware of it.
Until next time.
All right, we got 2 helmets, which are definitely worth crafting up. What else do I potentially... So gloves and boots as well I need to start looking at. So I've practically got no armor, even though I'm an armor stacker. I've also got this and this sitting here. I believe I had 2 fire. I've also got this waiting. Didn't I have a fire focus as well? 51. So I have to remember about this. Probably this one. These 2. Waiting in the wings very soon. Armor pieces is what I was interested in though. God, I really should have organized all... Oh my god, the lore weave. It's actually usable. That's actually really good on the Gemling, although the Cloak of Flames is hard to pass up. And I'd have to probably put some divines into this to get the quality to 5. It is an idea for the future though. Lore weave is very good on the Gemling. Do I have any other armor pieces anywhere? Ah, here. What's this? 2 resistances. Not the best armor rolls. This becomes 65, 54. I can use this. This is actually pretty good in terms of armor rolls. I think these 2 are worth crafting up. Have a crack at that. Hybrid bugger. Don't really need essences, so this would probably be worth using. I've got 17, yeah, fuck yeah. I think this one is going to have some potential. Well, I focus on getting a suffix and guaranteeing an essence. Ooh, it's a nice hit. I think I may desecrate the suffix, guarantee resistance, it'll help out. Geez, I'm a little bit low on ribs. I'll have to farm up Abyss once we get there. Not really worth an echo for this low level stuff. Accuracy rating, holy. Damn it. Should have desecrated the prefix. Oh well. Beggars can't be choosers. Is there any downsides to using the lightning conversion chest? Lightning coil. There is the negative resistance is probably the main thing, which is a bit cumbersome to work around. But arguably, and this rolls in a range, whereas the Cloak of Flames is always set to 50, at least non-corrupted. So they're pretty much same. It's just that this is a little bit easier to work in for a twink setup because you've got a big fire resistance roll and this isn't a range, so it's always 50%. You can roll it up or down with a corruption, but in terms of just slapping one on, you're getting maximum value, whereas the lightning coil has a negative resistance and this has a range. But ultimately, if you've got a good lightning coil, that would arguably, if you could fit it in, would probably be better for the simple fact that it comes with armor and evasion. Whereas the Cloak of Flames gives you no armor whatsoever. So, min-max, this is probably better. Especially if you're running iron reflexes as well, because then this evasion rating becomes armor as well. So you actually get a respectable amount of armor. You know, this isn't even qualityed up, so you probably get the equivalent of about 1,000 armor. But yeah, you've got a negative resistance to deal with, and you need to divine it up to get maximum value. So yeah, min-max, arguably better. Cloak of Flame, just easier. It is a good reminder, though. It may be worth, you know, if I... Oh my god, this was like the worst last prefix slam and the worst suffix desecration ever. I'm actually try and craft this one up as well then, because that was a little bit horrible at the end there. Shit, we don't have the most resources, but we did have quite a few of those essences, so we'll use another one of these. What did that hit? Oh, that was the essence, bloody hell. And fire resistance. I'm gonna do the Exalt Slam first. Regen, okay. Fire versus lightning. Fire probably has more application due to the Cloak of Flame. I'll slam on a... Although I'm short on ribs, I'll see if this comes up with a good flat armor roll. God, the absolute worst desecration rolls. 500 to 560, a little bit more life regen. Bit more life regen, slightly armor. This is probably going to have more application for now. Oops, wrong place, not hideout.
Good news for you.
Yeah, I don't know how you would ever use that recoup, to be honest. God, both of these helmets had good potential and they both kind of whiffed. God, why is it taking me there? Either way, it's better than that unique we had, so it's still an upgrade. Oh, is it? This one with the life regen's probably going to be a little bit more applicable.
Perfect, but pretty good.
Throw that in there. And we got a socket, probably put it in lightning in. Alright, slight upgrade to the armor. Maxed out fire, which will be handy.
I'm on it. Here we are.
Be wary here. The kinfolk.
Off memory, the map piece is typically down here.
Anything kinfolk want that bad, best left buried.
Yeah.
These creatures would do the same to me given the opportunity.
Yeah, there's some weird desecrations out there. I think there's a recoup for every element off memory, isn't there? The fire recoup's on the belt. I think there may be a cold recoup somewhere as well. Actually, I won't bother with that. The only thing with hardcore gold hands will be that I'll probably be
Kinfolk, this one's
focusing my spirit on defensive stuff. Like if I was going to use wolf pack, I'd be very tempted more so to use it for the loyalty 10% damage reduction. And without the extra conversion from the Infernalist on the Gemling, I'll probably be running Enfeeble, I'd imagine, for a long time. Especially since the alt quality on the curses, I think, is pretty strong on the Gemling. Like,
Greed will be your undoing.
you get reduced mana cost, 65% for a start. I believe that's an aura effect. Actually, I need to test that out. But if that's an aura effect for your skills, that's pretty significant. And then the increased magnitude on the blasphemy is like quite significant and quite amazing how good the Enfeeble can get on the Gemling.
What are they planning to do with this? Sorry, mate. That's the way it goes sometimes.
That's another thing. If I do manage to get this character into endgame, I'll have to also probably make some hard decisions as to whether to cannibalize the gear from the Infernalist, in the sense of breaking up the already kind of finished setup there and using some of the items on this character. I'd kind of like to avoid that,
Good deed.
not only from the point of view of keeping that kind of Infernalist character whole in case I ever do jump back onto it, but also to kind of, I guess, keep the experience. You know, I'm twinking the hell out of it already. It would be kind of, I feel like I'd be just jumping, making a big jump ahead if I just used all this Giga gear straight off the bat. I'll have to see what my mood feels like at the time that decision needs to be made. I've got the map piece, so I should be able to go into here. I wonder if this is worth 2 points. Probably not. Go up into here, I'll probably even get the aura skill magnitude.
Feel like I'm being slow roasted here.
For those playing on THC, also, if you're already in the end game, do remember you can go to the Origin Tower and get your +1 weapon points. Passive point from the Martyr apple, pink apple, got to 100, I think, the other day. So you can get a free passive point from the Origin Tower. Don't forget.
You two mind? That's for getting in my way.
At some point I'm going to have to, in the end game, if we get there, balance out my sport gems for the Gemling Ascendancy so I can get the movement speed penalty reduction as well. Got my strength and intelligence balance, so I'm getting both of those bonuses, but not getting the movement speed reduction yet. So I don't have the dex supports in. Looping back around north of it. No, alright.
No one told me to bring a gift.
Yeah, Bone Storm is definitely still the play for single target.
Good day. Where to?
Sure, turn the map pieces. I think it may be worth swapping the wand over as well.
There's 3.
What can I do for you? Let's do the finest available.
Ooh, armor applies to elemental. Ooh, another one. Oh, holy, getting a lot of armor by Sally rolls.
I think I can find a buyer for that. Fair enough.
Okay,
Back soon.
we'll do some Gamba crafts. That prefix is trash on these though, but... Ooh, that definitely has a lot of potential. Let's probably take one of these. That missed. These boots are looking very good. Oh, these prefixes are looking pretty ordinary. That's not gonna be worth any more. %100% increased spell damage, or do we just bite the bullet and get a little bit more armor? Probably the damage is still outweighs this upgrade. This helmet. No, that's not looking promising. This is a maybe. Don't get these until 65. These boots are definitely good though. I think they may be worth a cheeky little desecration onto the... What's the ones that I had lined up? 54, I think that is worth... Oh god, I'm getting low on ribs. Definitely want to save my echoes though. Strength, not bad. Effectively life. Oh, if this hits flat armor, it would be really nice. These desecrations today, so awful. The boots are still probably going to be an upgrade, but damn, that's a miss. 3 desecrations, just absolutely horrible.
That turned out pretty well.
What's that? 108. Yeah, still an armor upgrade. Cold resistance, okay. Yeah, definitely cold rune. Still, not bad. No, they're not worth investing any more into.
I've forged a few finery. No harm. Well.
Gems. This is just for the Gemling Ascendancy. I believe that still works. Yep, cool. And get another strength mote through that. I cleared out the volcanic ruins, didn't I?
Good day. Where
Next. Done that. Don't think I've done Wakupanu yet. Got the map piece there, got the map piece there, got the map piece there.
Full sail! Here we are.
Land ahoy. There you go. This island looks nice.
Ah, I forgot the wand upgrade. Oh, we'll do that later. Actually, one probably isn't worth upgrade at the moment, because I kind of want to stick with the all levels, because I'm still relying on Bone Storm for the single target. So if I go for a Fire Wand, it'll buff my Ember a little bit, but not the Bone Storm. Will downgrade it, so it's probably not worth it right now. Although I did have a +4 all levels, I think, lying around. But I think that was a slightly higher level requirement.
I'm glad I'm up here and he's down there. Just had to open my bloody mouth, didn't I? Something to someone.
Yeah, make sure I find the map piece on this map as well.
Something tells me these people didn't just up and move.
There is a map piece on this, isn't there? Yeah. Alright, need to find... Actually, I'll grab the waypoint just in case. And then I'll go back for the map piece. Where could it be?
settle.
There we go.
That's the map done. Now for the treasure.
That's solid math. Good shit. What build is this? Is this the Stampede rebuild, or is it this something new? Sorry, I forgot.
That's a lot of eggs. Looks like the signs are stealing a whole bloody pot.
Ah, that's right, the Pathfinder. That's a nice time for Act 2, especially on hardcore.
That's one down. Could end up like these poor sods if I ain't careful.
from this seductive fiend, will you?
Have you come
Avert your eyes, ladies and gents. Nothing to see here.
love it? You
Join them.
That's just about enough of your preaching.
Oh god, so close to one phasing her.
Her song fool you.
Now I have to put up with this.
can you resist the urge?
Dodge the balls, dodge the balls. Yeah, I've done the campaign a whole bunch of times. To be honest, I don't mind it. I don't mind the campaign at all. Spend so much time in Endgame that sometimes rerunning a character and going through the campaign can be fun, at least for me.
Moana. Where to? All stop!
Ah, bloody hell.
Ahoy.
In the King's March Tavern, sailors whisper
Yes.
about
Ah,
Where to?
coming from their prison. Those abandoned
Raise
long
the
ago,
sails!
so annoying. So annoying. Every time I kill her, I forget that you need to talk to the dude. Please tell me this is remembered and hasn't cleared the map. Good.
That's just about enough of your screeching.
Oh, the Stampede is still alive. Oh, okay. Last time you said you were kind of enjoying it, but I guess just wanted to try something different, eh? I can obviously relate. The Gemling here. Where's the amulet? It's probably worth finding as well. There he is. Travel to the Eye of Hinakora. Yeah, I've been tempted to potentially, depending on how this build goes, with the Gemling Ascendancy having access to quite a little bit of movement speed, penalty reduction, to potentially see if I could lean into that as well. You love the Queen of the Forest, I know that much. You love that unique. Here's the thing. Now we can go back to town. I'm surprised you even attempted that Stampede build, to be honest.
What can I do for? Oh my.
I'm always
Consider the good day. Until next time. Ale, the finest available. I'll gladly take that off your hands. Done. Until next time.
Yeah, I suspect I'm going to have to run Astramentus for quite a while on this build for a similar reason. Just to solve attributes and then I have to deal with them for a while. Alright, gonna start getting a little bit more mana regen. And pick this up as well. All of that. Any gear upgrades? Okay, so this is available, but like I said, we're gonna lose +3 levels from the Bone Storm, so I kind of don't want to do that. Cold. All fire spells as well. +5. Didn't I have a +4 to all? Somewhere? Here. 62 though. Not quite yet. As long as you're having fun, Math. Progress doesn't mean anything in this league, really, unless you like super racing or something like that. But that race is already done as well.
You got there.
It's, for me, this whole league is just about experimenting and having fun with stuff.
Raise
like a good place to lock someone up and throw away the key. It's easy to talk of justice. Living it's another matter. Bag of bones.
I still need to do Bodak. That's probably something I'll jump on the Infernalist to do at some point. It's the only boss I've got left to do. I was literally just looking at the ones. I do have better fire spell ones available. The only issue is I'm still kind of relying on Bone Storm for single target. And by swapping to a fire spell wand, I'm going to lose +3 levels from the Bone Storm, which probably isn't worth it at this point. I do have a +4 to all spells available at level 62, so that's a little bit further on. That's probably going to be near the end of the interludes. But at that point, I also have a +5 fire, I believe, lying around somewhere, so I'll probably just bite the bullet and go all in on the fire spells at that point. I could arguably potentially set up Flameblast already as well and see how that performs to single target. That might be an idea, but the only thing is I have no ignite magnitude whatsoever at the moment, so how good that would feel, I'm not sure. That is an idea. Where is the chapel? I haven't missed it, have I? Doesn't look like it. O chapel, where art thou? There we go.
Faith don't count for much when nobody's listening.
The heart unlocks compassion. Compassion is the first step toward redemption.
Nope. Another thing I just remembered I have to, not have to, but want to look into is the unique star with the Ember+Flameblast trigger. Potentially just being cheeky and setting that up on the second weapon set with the unusable bug. Not sure what level requirement that staff is though, and how that would affect the mana, but might be a fun idea to play around with. Hey, thank you for the follow, Wi-Fi. Just saw the notification. Appreciate it, bud.
Locked up and left to rot. Poor bastards never stood a chance.
Need to set up those Twitch alerts properly at some point. Kind of crazy how strong the Cloak of Flame, Gore Girdle, and Enfeeble combination on this Gemling is, with increased curse magnitude as well to boot. Really hoping I do manage to get this character through to, like, relatively deep endgame, because I am very curious to see how well it scales. At least the idea that I have. I do have a suspicion it may drop off a little bit deeper into the endgame, but I'm curious, so I'd like to see how far it can go. Especially if I can get it to a place defensively where I'm feeling confident enough to potentially pull the gear off the Infernalist and just go all in on it. We'll see how we go though. First step is getting there. Never remember which elements I've got more of. Alrighty. Not a fan of this boss. Hopefully he doesn't give us too many headaches.
They didn't want getting out. It's a damn bathhouse down here. Not the fun kind. Look, mate, I put you in here.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Nice.
No need.
I would speak with you.
What can I do? Here's what I've got. Done. Come back anytime.
Just doing a very quick sanity check. When was those other pieces? 65. These boot. It is a pretty significant armor upgrade, so we'll probably swap to those as well. 54, 65. Kind of prefer this armor. The armor applies to Ellie. Do have some reasonable amulets as well, but I'm going to need the attribute requirements from the Astramentus for a while, I'd imagine. Chernobog at level 65 is a potential defensive, offensive option. Like I said, I do have these waiting as well. This focus is probably going to be tempting, but this is the higher oh no, not the highest eye level. I could probably safely craft that without boosting the level too much. But otherwise it's probably level 62. That level requirement may jump up. This is eye level 81, so if I do get a higher tier mod, that'll bump up the level. That's something to look out for as well. I did have a +5 fire somewhere, I think. Swear I had a +5 fire wand sitting somewhere. Didn't I? Swear I did. There we go. That one. So that's another thing that I've got. So I've got quite a few options open. The main armor upgrade is at 65. Damn, I probably should look out for gloves. As much as these are a damage boost, they've got literally no mitigation on them whatsoever. There's nothing in here, is there? No. These didn't really work out too well. Does Danik have anything?
I forged a few fineries.
No.
No survive.
Least McCall.
Where to?
Good
Batten down
Plunder's
the
Point.
hatches.
Get some currency.
Here we are.
Ooh, I do love a good treasure hunt.
Ahoy!
I think we'll save Eye of Hinakura to last. Don't like that monkey.
This just farewell. Yes, yes, you'll see.
Further, keep going.
Always like watching things explode.
need the gem cutters. Don't need any of those. Oh, just missed it.
All done. Another. You make them. Go make some legends.
Easy.
Buried knowledge. My kind of buried treasure. Now then, look here. A third. I suppose we could get moving now.
Talamoana. Where to? Cast off! We've arrived.
May the Savior guide you.
Don't suppose any of these friendly folk could offer me a beer?
I am
Your timing is quite remarkable, you know. Together we can witness the birth of a new tomorrow. A better tomorrow. Now, I must ask that you wait here a time. I shall fetch the first herald. He will know how to aid you. I am sure he will be delighted to meet you.
What's all that noise?
The
Seems I
meddler
didn't get the
in the
invitation.
flesh. We have been made well aware of your activities.
Hanu! How could you?
Let her go. It matters not. You will hand over what you have found. Come, Kanu.
Friend, give us the pieces. Come now, think this through.
Why did it come to this? We were trying to save you.
Hey, I've got to, you know, at least keep it as close as possible as I can to the Inferno. Otherwise, I'll feel a little bit dirty, Herminator. But yeah, I think I'm going to be going the Cloak of Flame route on the Gemling as well. Just too easy to set up, so why not? Definitely looks like one, though, doesn't it? How'd your study go, mate? Database. So what are you studying? Are you doing comp science or doing some sort of certification, or what is it? Online school for network and IT security. So it's probably a little bit more DBA type focused, or is it actually like the theory, like the relational database kind of mathematical and table structuring side of things? See if I can actually pay attention to these mechanics for once and actually get him to throw the stuff properly. Single target definitely feels a bit, yeah. Bone Storm's dropping off a little bit. Defenses are feeling strong though, at least. Before we get to use the GUI. What's it called? I'm guessing you're probably going to use the Microsoft SQL management product. I can't remember the exact name of it. Fuck, I did it so much DB work, but it was like 15 plus years ago, so I've forgotten a lot of this shit. Yeah, MySQL, that's the one. I did a lot of relational database work back in the day. Man, I used to know my inner outer joins and have the craziest SQL statements, like government database kind of stuff, just like amount of performance optimization we had to do. Like, I can't remember what it was. I remember there's a analytics kind of performance feature in that app where you could kind of trace through and time how long certain operations took, and like I remember optimizing all these massive SQL statements to try and do some complex stuff. It was actually kind of fun, but yeah, very different. Never got too heavily into the DBA side of things though. It's much more about data manipulation and creating efficient table structures and things like that. Relational database design, basically, I think that's the correct term to put to it. I'm a little bit nervous about this upcoming, what is it, Benedictus fight. Yo, Zleppy. Doing good, cruising at the moment. Coming up to Benedictus, which I'm a little bit nervous about because my single target isn't fantastic on this setup. And with his one-shot mechanics, may be a bit scary. You'll be surprised how much DBAs use the command line. Like, as much as I'd imagine I'm a little bit out of date, so take this with a grain of salt. I imagine the IDEs and GUI tools have come a long way, but a lot of DBAs, and once you kind of start doing some high-level stuff, quite often the command line can sometimes actually be a lot more efficient and quicker to get things done. And sometimes there's real complicated commands and shit that you could only do through the command line. But like I said, then again, products may have matured a lot since I played around in that world. Oh, Zleppy. Are you talking dirty to me? Is this some dirty talk going on? Are you trying to tempt me back onto the Infernalist with certain niceties? Oh snap! Yeah, if I ever do go back and you're still holding on to that Ember+Flameblast, we may have to negotiate some sort of little arrangement. Herminator, hopefully I haven't jinxed myself because this boss could very easily one-shot me with its mechanics. Actually, I've always been curious about this boss. I know the 2 pillars dropping down, that is a one-shot. Is the maze phase guaranteed one-shot if you don't get out of the maze, or is it just a shitload of physical damage? No, the maze isn't a one-shot. You can tank it. Okay, cool. So I don't have to stress too much.
You really are becoming quite
Because I dare say I'm not going to be able to one-phase him with the single target that I've got.
Twilight Order will see to it that the world is remade. A world without gods, without suffering, without the disease of divinity. You and your shade cannot stop us.
Ooh, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
As you wish.
Oh, maybe I will one-phase him. I think I got a couple of Bone Storm crits in there.
Utopia awaits, whether you like it or not. Behold!
Maybe it was like you guys said, the last boss just had a shit ton of armor. This guy dropped like a wet rag. Always nervous this guy's gonna do that bloody lightning attack.
For the Savior!
Please, please, take me with you, please! Wait, I know where they're keeping the beast. Orius,
Holy math. That's some good luck.
Cordu, please.
Yeah, Bone Storm is cracked. It is hands down the best spell for campaign. Like, I'm not even speccing into physical damage or don't even have any armor break and it's still shredding bosses.
These murals, they appear to depict the weapon and the beast. Who made these?
The ones that came before. Older than the oldest.
To Tavakai or to Monkey first? That is the question.
All roads lead here.
Maybe we will do the Monkey first. Actually, nah, I'll do Tavakai first. I just don't like the Monkey phase where he does the clones and it's a one-shot mechanic if you don't see which direction the clone goes. Like, I have had times where I was like at 99% certain I was looking at the right clone on softcore. Isn't it a one-shot? If you don't follow the right clone and go into the safe area, he just kills you instantly, doesn't he?
No! What are you doing?
Taking what is rightfully ours. The Karui will now be stronger than ever before.
You fool! They need the weapon! The world is its...
Enough! What? No, daughter! I will fix this.
I will fix it.
Karui way.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a guaranteed one-shot mechanic. Yeah, it's pretty easy. It's just one of those things that in hardcore I prefer to avoid. Because like I said, in softcore, I've literally stood in the middle, been hyper-focused on looking at the clone, and for some reason it's been the wrong one, and I don't want to risk it. Yeah, I always log as well, Zleppy. I think I did it on the first character. I didn't one-phase it. I just went, you bugger this, I'll have another go at him. Yeah, same.
Well, let's the finest available.
In softcore, I obviously don't care, but I can't be bothered risking it in hardcore. These gloves are actually respectable. I may hold on to them.
Oh, the marvel of commerce. Done. Bye then.
I'll be right back. Very quick toilet break, and then we're going to finish up Act 4. Nice twice, gas. Yeah, I wasn't aware there was a voice line for them either. But yeah, it is the phase where he freezes you and the clones run in the direction, and then you have to pay attention to the first one because that's the one that then does the safe area. And if you read it wrong, I believe it's just an instant one shot. What level do I need to be for this? 52. Next level I can use the 13.
That bloody scat. Where to?
I think I'll bound back to the eye. I'll do this first.
Coming. There you go. Something's not right. Not right at all. Blood fever. Man. Okay then.
Ain't got no choice. Havoc tore through the damn thing like paper. Simple enough.
Mana regen's definitely feeling a little bit comfier. PoE2, the Aussie Bogan version. Could you imagine like a modded version with like all the voice lines being super Yoka Bogan like? The thing is, the New Zealand accent isn't all that far from the Aussie one, so it'd probably be very doable for them. Try and find the abyss in this area. It'd be good to pick up. Should have been picking up the superior items a bit more diligently during this campaign to keep my armor scrap stocked up. That would be something. Need to also remember if I get to 65 that we get the Dominus Grasp available as well. Should be really nice to clear, I think. Show yourself, Abyss. Where are you? There we go.
Starts down there. Well, in we go. Down with it.
One more passive point into this kind of defensive cluster we've moved into, and then we can move back into focusing on damage, which kind of feels like is needed. I know absolutely nothing about bows or probably martial weapons for that fact at all. The only time I have strayed away from spell casting is for the shield wall. Sounds like Zlebi's onto it.
patch on me helmet.
Really nice. I want to check something quickly.
I'm going the right way.
What can I do for you? Ale, the finest available. A marvel of commerce.
These weren't qualityed, were they?
Fair enough. Come back soon.
Oh my! The Twilight Order are up to no good!
What did I want to check? I do have a couple of these. On trigger Ember+Flameblast skill on casting a spell, and I can already use it. Wow. Do I do something cheeky here? How many of these do I have? 7. 5 of those. How many hollowings? 2. Probably be a little bit more conservative with those. Do I do it? I maybe will. Will this work? I should have put the supports in first. The supports are in there. Wild shards, compressed, penetration. cold, cold, cold. Or just do something simple just to see if it actually works. Int strength still balanced as well, good. I wonder if this works. Yep. Oh my god, that's cracked. This is gonna burn my mana something crazy though. Two-time Ember Fuselage, let's go. Holy shit, they're stacking up now.
Simply enough.
Burning them on my mana, something crazy. She may have to get mana remnants for my next spirit. I probably need a better mana flask as well. It's actually level 20. It's another reason the mana's quite high, because I've got so much plus to levels that the mana costs are just stupidly high for this point in the game. Probably uses some mana on kill as well.
Another notch on the old.
Do I keep going and get more mana regen up here? Jeez. Maybe go out through here. Then I have access to this spell damage as well. Might be a play. What is it? There's also... It's not until over here though. Mana on kill. Isn't there a like mana on... Yeah, when collecting a remnant, these two. God, that's quite a lot of pathing to get up there though. Shit. Mana's definitely struggling though. Is there anything I can do with mana right now? No. Actually, I'll check Mana Flask before we do Tabakai.
Welcome. Here for an impeccable offering.
No mana. Oh, there was a Mana Flask.
All right, done. Come back.
Do I have any better ones stashed away as well? Transcendent. Recovery rate. Covered amount. Oh, I'm low. That'll help a little bit. Alright. Tabakai time.
Another interfering with things they don't understand. You don't belong here. This is a Karui matter.
Enough babble! Where's Makora?
As we speak, the ancestors heal her. Enough! The time for talk is over.
Then shut up and fight!
Might of the
You picked the
Karui!
wrong...
You dare challenge a chieftain? I must be stronger.
Pretty cool to cast Ember Fuselage while I'm casting Bone Storm as well. Completely forgot about that star.
If this is redemption, I'll stick to damnation.
Let them know the might of the Karui. I am the true Nakura Makoi. Now, you will die. Lend me your strength, Tokuhama. This is not the way. What? Why do you reject me? All I have done in your honor. So be it. I will save my people myself. The power of the ancestors is mine! Die, outsider!
Oh, jeez. Crossbolt came right down on top of my head.
What have I done?
It is over, Tabakai.
Why can't the campaign version just drop a cheeky Rakiatas, eh?
I believe so. But we have to.
That'd be nice.
You must relinquish the weapon.
Do what you must.
Father!
Forgive me.
Hey, Slimy. How's it going, bud?
What can I do? Hail. Impeccable offerings. I think I can. Good day. Come back soon.
Fan-fucking-tastic. Ready to log in drink this morning, Motor. Nice. Yeah, we're chilling as well. Making some good progress through the campaign. We just got Eye of Hinakura left, and then we've got Act 4 done. Should hit Endgame today quite comfortably at this rate. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed we don't have any incidents.
Good day. Where to? Bartiki has already gone inside the eye. You best catch up with him.
Long way to fall, but what a view on the way down, eh?
We call this place.
And fearless, yet riddled with doubt, hidden beneath, he will make amends.
Bloody neck's been bothering me the last couple of days, stiffening up. So tempted just, if I can get mana solved somehow in the end game, assuming we get there. Just complete YOLO. Have a whole bunch of triggers triggering it as well, just go full shotgun. I kind of strongly suspect I'm going to have to get mana remnants at some point to help solve mana, because that's my biggest weakness right now, is getting this mana under control. The upgraded mana flask is helping a little bit. Holy shit, this is burning through my mana though.
Who smiles upon your strength.
And she's got good taste.
No.
Face the guardians of the forest. Come, warriors of Tahor.
The forest smiles upon your bravery.
Bravery, sure. Or stubbornness, same thing.
Go as you flow like the sea! Assemble, warriors of Casalio! Casalio smiles upon your fluidity. The ancestors see.
Does anyone know if weapon granted skills benefit from the Gemling alt quality? I don't think they do they? So like this Ember fuselage on the staff, it doesn't look like it gets any of the alt quality, which is why the hover duration's a bit scuffed. Might be worth replacing the Fire Mastery with Swift Affliction.
The path is ordained.
I might actually do that. That'll kind of help with the mana costs as well, not having it +1 level. Swift Affliction, I think. Wasn't there another one? I think over about sport skills have 50% less skill effect duration. %20 less. Is it this one that you can put in? No. %30 less duration, yeah. It feels a little bit better. I have a feeling Spell Slinger might be a better option than the second weapon set.
A walk among the dead. Just
And it'll
another
benefit
day
from
in
the alt
Ravenloft.
quality because it's the actual skill gem you put in there.
That's one down. This your best?
Death is not the end. There is always another. The cycle of life continues. The lone traveler journey.
Get some extra resistances will be nice. I think the gloves I have waiting to with the upgrade have got some chaos res on them as well, which would be really, really handy. And I miss a hole. Yeah.
The heartbeat of the world flows calm and constant.
Divine one in campaign. Andy. Do I stick with my original plan of going up here, or do I play around with moving up here? I'll stick with the original plan. Could potentially start to look to unspec all of this. Alrighty, monkey. If I can't one-phase this, I am reattempting.
One final challenge.
Yo, Cal, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, just cruising through the campaign at the moment. It's going pretty smoothly. I always just worry about this boss. I don't like his one-shot mechanic. It's I always tend to retry. See, I swear I went in the right direction, and I don't know what the fuck happened there, but I'm not risking it. Like, am I tripping there? Like, I swear I followed the right one, and I didn't see the invulnerability zone pop up around it. I'm tripping? Probably. Did I just chicken out to... Oh, so you just wait for the middle and then go for the right clone. Yeah. It's showing me in the Halls of the Dead still, so I can't log back in, can I? I have to wait the 15 minutes. We'll jump on the Infernalist then, just to pass some time. Where is he? Yeah, like, what did I do? I know I messed it up. It's like one of those mechanics where I admit that I'm not too great at. God, like, ugh, 2% HP. Like, that's the first clone. Oh, my understanding was that it's always the first clone that pops up that does the invulnerability. I've had that as well, Cal. That's why I've got PTSD on this boss. So it's not the first clone, it's... So there's, what, there's 4 here. I always thought it was the first one, so I've followed this one. It hasn't done the invulnerability from the look of it, so and I can't see the other ones, but yeah, I just freaked out. Alright, so that's at least good to know. Shot mechanic, it's always tend to reach. I was probably a half a second or a second away from dying, so it's probably good that I logged out, because I definitely went the wrong direction from the look of it. Okay, so I'm meant to just stand in the middle and wait. That guy definitely didn't do invulnerability, so I was fucked if I didn't log out. That much is for certain. Can't tell. I unfortunately can't see the other ones, but yeah. Anyway, good log out. Yeah, clearly dead if I didn't log, that's for sure. Let's do some farm up some Abyss while we wait. Actually, do I have a Grand Expedition potentially? Yes, I do. We'll do a travel map and then we'll do that Grand Expedition while we wait the 15 minutes. May as well be productive. Do I have some Abyss tablets? I'll laugh if I rip on this guy now. How ironic would that be? Yeah, very close, Def Herm. Arguably, probably half a second away. I followed the wrong clone on the Yama fight and just bailed. Cal, I swear I've seen Miso use that feature and still get teleported back into the map. And I've seen other people on Exiled Again rip to that bug. So I'm always a little bit cautious. I prefer to just wait out the 15 minutes. Yeah, I've seen a lot of buggy stuff in Act 4 logouts. So I prefer just to wait the 15 minutes. Okay, so how do I play this build again? Let's see if I can remember. Oh god, I've got the wrong loop filter on. Hold on. I think it's this one. Yeah, I think it's this one. Just take the death and go for another Infernalist. We're just spending 15 minutes waiting for a logout to expire the instance so we can try Yama again. So I've just logged on to my Infernalist just to pass the time a little bit more productively. More exciting for you guys to watch, I'm sure, as well, than seeing me just stare at a login screen for 15 minutes. Sleppy. What do you need, by the way, Sleppy? Like, I'll grab that flask off you irrespectively. If you don't plan on using it, if you're not doing any ward builds, and you want to trade, I've probably potentially got some stuff I may be able to trade for it. Is there anything in particular that you need, mate? Any currencies? Anything at all? Just name it and I'll check if I've got it. The one thing I have to admit, every time I get back on my Infernalist, that immediately feels so amazing, is not having to worry about mana. I love Pyro Pact. Literally playing a cast on build and don't need to worry about mana. Why is this guy taking no damage? Making me nervous. I'll wait until I finish this map, Seppi, and then I'll grab it off you. Actually, you know what? I won't... Actually, no. I was about to say maybe I won't tempt fate and I'll grab it now because it could save my life, but look, I should be fine in this map, shouldn't I? try and get a logbook out of this. No logbook. Doesn't look like it. You can tell the difference between the visual clarity between the two builds, that's for sure. Anyone got an idea if how long into the 15 minutes we are? Kind of didn't pay attention to it.
None may leave this accursed island.
Go on.
Give you at least a couple of divines. Thank you, good sir.
How can I help? This is what we have available. Good fortune.
That seems okay-ish. We'll do this grand expedition for a little bit of fun, and then we'll jump back onto the Gemling. Give our new flask a bit of a whirl. Hey, if you avoid oath runes and don't need to spend 15 minutes per remnant, it's not too bad. And talk about the oath rune, and there it is. Well, we won't be picking that up too early. Soul rune. If I really want to be a magicist, or however you pronounce it, I'll pick up the oath and the soul, and then I'd probably rip. But maybe we'll leave until... Out its legacy, congrats. You got the boots one. Immune to slows. That's a good choice. Always Wanderlust, yeah. I'd be tempted to use it on in hardcore on Blackbride for the, what is it, 50% armor applies to Ellie. That'd be massive. So far, not much luck with these remnants. Oh, I'm out of liquids. Hold on.
How are you? Be safe.
All spells is always a very popular option, obviously, especially in softcore. Is there no good remnants that I'm gonna get? Oh, horrible. All 3/4 rune. Oh, there's a divine at least. Not brick. +1, that may be worth picking up. Oath rune again, though. Fuck. Oh my god, so many oath runes. The game wants to rip me. Passions of Elder. Oh, horrible, horrible map. Pain Attunement, yeah, that's an interesting one. I legitimately don't know what's worth really pathing to here. Everything's kind of trash. Got some more XP. I think this was the +1 levels, wasn't it? Oath rune, however. Pick up a chest. Where was the divine? There was another divine orb somewhere around here, wasn't there? Was it up there? Oh, here it is. May honestly just leave it at that. I don't want to be stacking a whole bunch of oath runes and like there's about 3 or 4 oath runes floating around. Is it this way around? Alright, 15 minutes should be up, yeah?
Speak.
Greeting. Take your time.
Alrighty. Still showing Holes of the Dead. I'm a little bit nervous about this. Should it be showing Holes of the Dead there? It will teleport you to the start of the map. Alright. I'll do the login town as well, just to be hyper. See, this is a... Go back to town, it puts me into Eye of Hinekora. Phew, okay. That's what I mean about it being buggy. You say go back to town, it still put me back into the map. Yeah, exactly, Dirty. I just remember seeing so many rip clips of this kind of shit. In particular, Misos. I think he was like in one of those volcanic zones. Was kind of talking away with chat, did the login in town, didn't even realize it zoned him right back in on top of the monsters. Oh yeah, Farmer as well.
Now we test your metal. Rise, warriors.
Actually, Halls of the Dead has a waypoint, doesn't it? Why am I... I may as well clear all this for XP anyway.
Namahu smiles upon you.
I don't know, I think people just don't expect it and don't realize and they move straight away. I don't know, I prefer to... Look, 15 minutes, I just prefer to be cautious. Yeah, the couple of clips that I've seen, the streamers have basically been chatting away with their chat. They kind of just log in expecting to be safe, and yeah, they just kind of inadvertently move straight away and, yeah, dice... Just prefer to be safe. 15 minutes isn't a big price to pay.
Face the guardians of the forest. Come, warriors of Tahor.
The forest smiles upon your bravery.
Get a little bit more XP and hopefully we'll one-phase him this time. It was only like one little second off one-phasing him that time. Yeah, I hope to get into Endgame with this guy as well today. Interludes are generally pretty quick, so it's just a case of finishing this off, and I think we should, fingers crossed, fly through it.
Go as you flow like the sea. Assemble, warriors of Casaleo! Casaleo smiles upon your fluidity.
The ancestors see you. You are welcome in our halls of the dead.
The base storyline's pretty quick though, to be fair. So it's not the most annoying one to have to do. Oh, yeah. It still does register the tattoo quest, yeah, so I don't have to repeat that. How much time, if that clone phase does happen to happen again, how much time do you have standing in the middle to see where the invulnerability zone pops up? Like, because I've heard as well that sometimes it bugs out and it doesn't pop up at all. So, like, how much time can I realistically give it? Plenty of time, okay. So I can't be bothered wasting time doing all of this a second time. Hopefully it won't come to it, but better be prepared than sorry. At least 3 seconds, that inspires confidence. Alright, sounds of explosion and misleading, good to know. I don't really rely on sound. I've got sound super low. Like you can notice I don't have headphones on. I've got actually my speakers on like super quiet so it doesn't interfere with the mic. So I can just barely hear it. Alright, let's just give this another go.
Hinekora has seen you. But now, one final challenge.
Nah, no earbuds. I've got speakers on.
A challenger? Oh, Yamasi is worthy of Hinekora. Come! Now I get you.
Just die, please. Thank you.
Yama sees you.
Best way to handle a mechanic, not have to deal with it. Speaker gaming, what the hell? It was us that was talking just before the podcast, wasn't it, Cal? How it like feels super weird having an in-ear or head like noise cancelling thing in your ear while you're talking into a mic. I'm so used to hearing my own voice when I'm speaking that having anything noise cancelling on the ears just feels super awkward.
Step 4, Hinekora. You will one day be Hinekora, but now, when the time comes.
That was a great idea you had that you told me before the podcast just to take the one ear off. That helped a lot. Yeah, I need to buy a good pair of open back headphones. I used to have a really nice pair, but they pretty much disintegrated after about 15 years of use. I had a pair of Sennheisers. I need to find another good pair again, because that's probably the best option.
How can I be of aid to Orgone?
Yeah, that's what Numbling said, the open back headphones. But even those have varying degrees of how much they pass through, so you kind of need to go into a store is my experience, and like find a pair that feels good and that also isn't too tight on the ears. Because that's another thing I don't like about the big headphones, especially on a longer gaming session. Like I don't know, it burns my ears up. I'm not a big fan of it. So having some like loose fitting ones that's kind of sit nicely is really nice.
What have we got?
Actually, were any of these with quality? Yeah, quality, no quality.
Till next time.
$12, $11. I am tempted to use a Shenabog at 65 as well. Ah, I forgot I had this one. +3 levels, damage extra physical, spell damage, life per enemy killed. Probably is an upgrade over that, isn't it? I've got the runes to spare. Bugger it. Yeah, Numbling, I really struggle with that. Especially here in Australia, where unless I've got the aircon, it's like during summer, it gets so hot that if you've got headphones on for extended periods, your head burns up. Yeah, we already killed Tavakai earlier. I always leave Yama last. Yeah, Aussie. I don't have the strongest Australian accent. So I come from Polish background, so English actually technically wasn't my first language. So my English was really crap when I was younger. But I can like really put on the Yocker accent and talk a little bit more like this and like, g'day mate, what's up, how's it going? Yeah, we're just gonna finish up the campaign, Strew. Fuck, this is gonna be pretty much, you know, like, I can really ramp it up. People always tell me I sound a lot like Math. Like, before I did the whole face reveal and started streaming and doing content a little bit more, like, anytime I'd jump onto a call or something like that, people are like, who's this guy? Is this Math? I need to set up some Twitch alerts with, like, the Ray Shoesmith, Mr. In-Between clips. Really lean into that. Yeah, I kind of don't want to throw the C word around. I may lose a couple of viewers. So I'm doing some cheeky stuff with Ember Fuselage. The first thing you can do is put on wild shards. That is one of the main ways. Because then that chance to create 8 additional projectiles kind of all stack and creates 8 embers in one go. But the main thing then I'm doing as well is I've got Dusk Vigil in my weapon set 2 using the bugged, unusable I won't even call it tech. It's just a bug. If you make Dust Vigil unusable in weapon set 2, log in and out, or zone in and out, that trigger Ember Fuselage on casting a spell actually works in your weapon set 1. So if you pay close attention up here, when I cast a spell, like I'll cast Bone Storm. It starts, why am I pointing with my finger? You can't see that shit. It will start casting the embers as well. So I'm basically doubling up on Ember Fuselage casts with the Dusk Vigil. Yeah, amateur streamer, I'm like pointing at the screen. It's like, you're not sitting here with me and you can't see what I'm pointing at. I'll explain it after this boss fight. These bosses can be a little bit scary, so I want to pay attention. Especially this fire one. As Mr. Kaltorak knows well, all too well himself, this boss can be a bit sketchy with this ability. So the way you make it bug is you have to make it unusable. And the way you do that is you have a common rune between your weapon set 1 and 2, which is limit to 1. So you can see here, limited to 1. We've got the +1 to all spells. We've got that in our wand. And we've got that in the staff. So the staff becomes unusable. And then all you need to do is change zones, and any skills granted on this weapon become usable in weapon set 1. And these staves in particular have a certain quirk that this skill granted Ember Fuselage is directly tied to this modifier, so it actually pulls that modifier across as well. It's a bug. I don't advocate it, but we're deep into the league. I don't think there's any major negative impacts of using it at this point, so have fun with it. I would be very, very surprised if it isn't fixed in 0.55. It should be fixed. It's a very clear and obvious bug. You can also use things like Spell Slinger. You can use the aura shrines to get the auras across. That's very strong, because then you can also throw in the spirit supports. So there's some cool stuff that you can do with it. But yes, it is very, very much a bug. That reminds me, I'm going to pause for a second. I'm just going to grab the carrot cake, which I bought earlier. I need a snack. The one thing I don't like about this Dust Vigil, and I probably will do it relatively soon, is I'll probably swap this out for a Spell Slinger dueling wand, because the one annoying thing with granted skills is they don't benefit from the Gemling alternate qualities. So you can see here my standard Ember Fuselage has got the very important reduced skill effect duration alternate quality, whereas the Ember Fuselage from the Dusk Vigil doesn't. So it's a little bit clunky, whereas the Spell Slinger, I actually put in a skill gem directly into it, so it still does retain the alt quality. So that would work a little bit better, I think. It'll be slightly less embers, but they'll have the alt quality and they'll feel better. And that would also mean I could probably then put in a scepter as well. Probably a shrine scepter. But I think I need a couple of runes of hollowing in order to achieve that. And I'm a little bit sparse on them, so I'll hold off on doing that. For now, the Dust Vigil's feeling okay. food. We got the food out of the fridge and didn't actually take a bite of it. Not bad.
One down. Who's next?
I really should consider using a curse as well. Actually, I can't because I've got enfeeble. That's right. I remember there was a reason why I didn't have curse elemental weakness set up. Where the last Abysmos? Oh, there we go. Hello? There we go. Ah, nice. Another rib. A little bit short on those. Ooh, Jewel. Already got a lower level power, but I'll grab a lower level remnants just in case I use that.
Darkness descends, and with it your end. The mists close. Ruin. This changes nothing.
What the fuck happened there?
That's one less horror haunting this place.
They spirits. What are they doing? As soon as they gather. It worked. They will guide you.
What is the gold dance?
Omen, relic, whatever this is, I bet it brings trouble.
Voltaic barrier. What's that? I have to excuse my ignorance. Is that a spirit ability? Oh no, that's the Verisium thing that you plonk down and it's like a... Yeah, I'm aware of that. Yeah, that's worth potentially looking into. I think once we get... If we get into Endgame, I think there'll be quite a few options for stuff that we can do. But yeah, that's a good call out. That would be worth looking into. Oh, 2 out of the wells, nice. Is that you, Cypher?
Something about this grove gives me
Bro.
the creeps.
Share some of the luck, Cypher. Nah, I'm not complaining. I've had a pretty lucky THC. Just too lazy, Heart of the Wells, eh? Travel map. I definitely can't complain about luck. During softcore 0.5, I found a mirror in a travel map while I was testing something. I think I used up all my luck for the rest of the PO2 life cycle. I wonder if it's worth finding these omen altars in here. Oh, is that one? Yeah, in 0.5, I quite literally was testing some ideas for my build. Jumped into a map just to test something out. 1 minute later, killed the boss and a mirror dropped. It was just the craziest thing ever. Oh shit, I'm making a mess. Have you unveiled the Heart of the Wells yet, Cypher? Did you have any luck with that? Good luck, good luck, good luck. Hopefully one of them's 5 modded.
Is that a hooded one?
Vote for. Oh. Well, hopefully you get good rolls. What are the chances of getting the 5 mod? Is it like 5% or something like that? I can't remember if it tells you on the Atlas map. Or whether it's just very vague. Hmm. Yeah, I thought I remembered 5% actually being listed on the node itself. get those 2 points. I believe it's 2 skill passive points for that, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, we got the jewel as well. Let's see if we can just grab any sort of jewel quickly. These are all totem, aren't they? Totem, totem, totem. Elemental. Fire damage, max fire, armor. Actually, didn't I have a Heart of the Well somewhere? Gainer's Lightning, fuck it, I will do. Just extra damage. Bit of shock, chance to get a shock in. Do we want to swap these boots in is the other question. Quite a bit more armor, isn't it? No armor applies to Ellie, but is... And they're 65. What do resistances look like? Reasonable. I need to swap these gloves. Bloody hell. Actually, with Cloak of Flame, I really should make sure my fire resistance is maxed. Swap that rune around. Yeah, that's better. Even though it overcaps us. The supports on Orb are Unleash and Overabundance primarily to put 2 down in one go. I think I've got Harmonic Remnants on there as well, and we'll have a quick look. So yeah, Unleash, Overabundance, the 2 main ones to put down 2 orbs at the same time. Living Lightning, because of Bone Storm, to consume the Impales for boss fights. And Rapid Casting just for quality of life. I could also arguably put in Harmonic Remnants in there. Yeah, Compressed Duration wouldn't be too bad if I wanted to get the infusions quicker. Yeah. If I'm still using Oversouls in the end game and I manage to 5-socket it, I dare say I'll put in the Compressed Duration. Really should be setting things up like Mana Tempest as things like that as well. Just something I just thought of. Oh well. Yeah, single target still not too bad.
I knew.
You say
At this time.
I still probably should set up Mana Tempest.
Oh, here we go again.
There really is no excuse to miss out on that extra boost of damage for boss fights. Do I have a gem lying around in here? Level 14. I'll wait until I can use that. What is it? Advancing Storm. Can't remember what the other good supports for Mana Tempest are. Need to make sure I keep my supports balanced as well. Shit, my intelligence has dropped off. I'll take off a strength. Hey, Winality. Yeah, I've been streaming for a little bit over 2 weeks now. Basically, the whole THC privately. It's been awesome. I can't stress it enough and can't shout it out enough that THC community is just phenomenal. All the boys from the streamer community as well. Cal, Rabbit, Miso, Everscene's giving me some pretty chunky raids. Lolcole's really cool. All the guys, absolute legends. Like, been absolutely such a humbling experience getting involved in the community. Alright. Okay, it's done. Oh man, fix up the attributes and all of a sudden I'm getting the reduced mana cost from the Gemling and all of a sudden my mana's feeling a shitload better. But yeah, I can't believe I was not running that properly. Yo, Kadashi, how's it going, buddy? What did you level your Infernalist as? I'm trying to find a good caster leveler. I'll give you a link of what I do. If I can find it, I'm just going through my YouTube here. So I am a big fan of running plants with this setup. So running armor, I can kind of show it here. What I'll typically do as an Infernalist, I'll do the standard start of going up through here, taking what are typically physical damage nodes. Obviously as a Gemling here, they're showing something else, but on the Witch, they're physical damage. So you go up through here, go up, get this cluster. Then you move across here, you get this. This synergizes extremely well with Living Lightning. So you'll typically get Living Lightning as your first support in the camp for the first zone in Act 2. And that kind of is around the same time you'll actually get this on the passive tree as well. So it kind of works out well. It's a big spell damage boost. So when the temporary minions from Living Lightning expire, they actually trigger this. And then I continue up here. And typically while I'm doing this, I'm using Bone Cage and Bone Storm for single target. And then once I get up here and get Wild Surge, I pivot away from Bone Cage to get Entangle and basically do a plant setup. Always use Bone Storm for single target though. And then what I do is I come down here. I'll typically get this cluster because there's a bit of life regen and mana regen, and this cast speed is quite chunky. And then I'll go up through here and I'll move my way towards like these armor related areas. You can also get armor through here, be a bit defensive. You can get these cast speed nodes and some chaos res. But I'm basically armor stacking and going plants is the short of it. On softcore, I go demon form and get life regen, which is why this cluster is nice. And I get some of these shapeshift clusters. On hardcore, I didn't do that because demon form and the life degen is a little bit sketchy. So I went for the Hellhound first with the loyalty last gasp combination for basically just 10% damage reduction. It's not the most exciting ascendancy choice, but it's a safe one in hardcore. And the rest of that video is pretty much it. So without taking the shape shifting, there's a whole bunch of stuff when you go through this path. You can also come down here, get this crit cluster. Like I said, there's a spell damage here. You can get this in hardcore. This is good value in hardcore, getting the reduced crit damage bonus quite early. There's a whole bunch of, all of these, they're hybrid with minion, but they're all damage nodes basically there. Since you're running Hellhound, you can also pick up some damage nodes through here. This is assuming you don't have access to the shape shifting because you're not going demon form. And then once you start coming down through here, you can start getting some of like the armor applies to Ellie. You get the armor applies to Ellie here. And then you can start making your way into the armor buffing areas like here. This. You can potentially pick up this if you're running armor. I'm a big fan of Cloak of Flame and Gore Girdle if you got access to it. Bone Storm, the main thing with Bone Storm will carry you all the way through campaign. Like, I'm even on the Gemling now, running a fire spell setup and having a lot of sources of plus fire damage, increased fire damage. I'm still using Bone Storm for my single target, and it's still outscaling my Ember Fuselage at this point. The main thing you want to make sure with Bone Storm is that you have Living Lightning somewhere. You can either do that by putting a Lightning Rune in your weapon to have a source of gain Lightning, and then you can put the Living Lightning directly on Bone Storm. I personally like to throw it on things like Orb of Storms. So I've got my Living Lightning on Orb of Storms. So you just make sure you've got a source of temporary minions to consume the impales from Bone Storm, because it effectively doubles your damage. So like you see here, I put down the Orb of Storms and then I start firing Bone Storm. And you can see the single target's still respectable. I just realized that the snake pick chaining actually makes the Bone Storm projectiles chain as well. It's pretty cool. But if your damage is falling off in around Act 3, then yeah, it probably is weapon related in terms of... You just want to keep on top of getting as much plus to levels as possible, really. But typically I found like you can normally get away with a +2 wand all the way through campaign. And maybe a +1 level on either your amulet or focus. And that will typically carry you.
Guess even giants can get their heads kicked.
Oh, a bit more health, that'll be nice.
Next. Now we're talking.
Man, Virtuous Barrier's kind of cracked, not gonna lie. 18% increase max life is pretty nutty. I just saw your message, Winality. Sorry I didn't respond to that immediately. Yeah, cheers. Appreciate the comments, mate. It's been awesome, and thank you for the follow as well, mate. Hold on, did I send you to the right link, Kadashi? Campaign leveling guy plans, but yeah, it was. Alright, whoops.
Serpent clan sure made a mess of this place.
I need to start thinking about potentially setting up Flameblast soon as well.
Always pays to be careful when dealing with these tricksy bastards.
Where's the other one that I got? There we go.
That's the last of them. Nothing left to give.
Come on, plus 2 levels. Oh, 50 spirit. It's an interesting one. Another 50 spirit. Still not something that we would use.
Already dead.
Be gone now, foul serpent.
What?
Guess the stories had some truth in them.
Kind of tempted to go for a duel, actually. Whiff.
The score? Caldi.
Quickly.
Kinda crazy how well the Cloak of Flame and Gore Girdle hold up throughout the campaign.
Will be cinders when I'm through with you.
Divine.
Snuffed out.
That's one down.
7 pillars, 7 names, but one's been scrubbed out. Let's see what a Sekima's favour buys me.
This is... Make haste.
Well, scratch that. An empty well. Not too shabby.
seen what has come and what will be.
I have never leveled with ice spells, to be honest. The only time I've managed to make ice feel good is Frostbolt with Snake Pit. Stop dodging around, please.
Time's up, you dusty old bastard.
It is done.
Yeah, I've never used it, Math. I can imagine.
The gifting.
Let us seek out.
Alrighty, last interlude.
Just time is short.
Before.
How can
Speak. This is all we have. As expected. Time is of the essence.
Good. There's outstanding. Go well.
Welcome to Mount.
$62, a little bit off. Be right back, just toilet break. Great timing, Prada. How's it going, buddy? That's an epic emote. I really should try and get this Mana Tempest set up, shouldn't I? What's good in Mana Tempest? Mastery, I believe, isn't it? Yeah, Mastery and cooldown. Do I have another Lightning Mastery in here? Cooldown. Now I need to make sure to keep these balanced. $16, $17, bugger. Need another strength. One of these will do somewhere, won't they? There we go, 17, 17, cool. Yeah, I'm trying to start off with just doing pure fire spells. I want to do a Ember+Flameblast, but obviously you have the option with a lot of other stuff that we can play around with, like you've suggested in the past, the Scattering Calamity, so I do have my eye on that as well. I think I've got 2 of the staffs lying around unveiled, so could probably find something on one of those. I got those 2 things balanced. Quality. What does alt quality do? Less mana. Yeah, that'd be good. I'm a little bit short on gem cutters. I'll save those. I've just never played around with it, so I just wanted to have a go. And the alt quality on the Gemling obviously makes it super easy to get up and running. I'm messing around. I've got the Dusk Vigil on the weapon set 2 bugged out as well, so it's casting twice as many embers per cast. Although I'm thinking of swapping in the Spell Slinger because the Ember Fuselage from the Dusk Vigil doesn't get the alt quality. So I'll get a bit less cast with the Spell Slinger, but it'll also be able to use the Shrine Scepter then as well. The only thing is I'm not sure I have enough Runes of Hollowing to get that set up. So I'm gonna have to wait until I find it 1 or 2 more. Or trade someone that does have them. I do need to get my dex supports up as well to get the reduced movement speed penalty. Am I going the wrong way? No. Good. Oh no, this is just one of those side areas, isn't it? I've been really enjoying it, to be honest, Prada. I thought it'd be more challenging and risky testing things out and experimenting, but kind of once you get past the first playthrough and get pretty much, it's pretty much a case of just filling up your stash and getting set up with gear and currency. You know, the trading, I thought there'd be a lot less trading, but you know, you can kind of get most of the things you need as well from the community, which is also probably the biggest part of the private league that has been a positive. The community is just phenomenal. So yeah, overall very, very positive. Slightly different perspective on the build creation as well. Obviously a lot more focus on the defensive side of things. Learned a couple of things about armor stacking that I'd kind of forgotten. Yeah, I dare say if it wasn't for really loving build creation and how much softcore facilitates that, especially during a new patch, I'd be very tempted to play hardcore as my primary mode, but I think I'll still always do softcore as for the first character in any league, but I may pivot a bit sooner in the future. Yeah, exactly. I think it's definitely a lot easier to start as a standard and then move into hardcore. Especially during a new patch with so many things unknown, new possible boss fight. I've got the utmost respect for hardcore players going into a lot of shit blind. Mind you, it almost was semi-blind for me because I'm so used to in softcore just one-shotting everything that I've literally not seen the mechanics for probably 90% of the bosses, so that was an experience. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Especially considering I did it on Grim Pillars, which was slightly more ethical in terms of a single target. So the fight did actually go on for a reasonable amount of time, enough to see kind of some of the mechanics, have to avoid shit. Yeah, it was epic. Doing Arbiter of Ash for the first time on hardcore was a bit of an anticlimax because I did it on the shield wall build, which quite literally killed him in like 3 seconds, so that was a bit anticlimactic. But Divinity I did most of the other bosses on the Grim Pillar setup, which was a lot of fun because they were slightly extended fights. Hold on a second, why can't I use Mana Tempest? Am I tripping? Why can't I use this? Eh? Ah, God, I know why. I used unset rings and I've got it in one of the bottom 2 slots. I need to move it up. Where are they? There we go. No. Yeah, trying to stack chain on the Ember+Flameblast. I've got a Dominus Grasp as well, ready to go for level 65. So I want to see how that feels. Don't know if you've experimented with chain on Calamity or Fuselage. I'm guessing you have. Any feedback? Can I expect good things?
My kin died by the spirit's will. You'll die by mine.
Are all Asmeri insane, or is it just you?
You defy the very spirit itself.
Oh god, this is desyncing like crazy.
I think I did you a favour,
Yo, okay, I think I'm gonna get some mana remnants for now. Solve my mana issues. Big chain enjoyer, and I would also save other snake bits to throw into lore weave. Black flame. The only challenge with snake pits in terms of the lore weave is access on the THC league to them. I don't imagine it's going to be very easy to get them. That, and I'm probably going to stick with the Cloak of Flame Gore Girdle combination from a defensive standpoint for the hardcore. Get rid of that. Move that down. Move that down. That also is just there as for the Gemling stuff. Is there any... I think... Harmonic Remnants, that's Remnant Potency. Trying to balance these bloody supports out. So I've got room for one more intelligence. I have a harmonic remnants in here. Yep. Okay. 18, 18. All right. Hey, good to hear, Raisin. It's a fun build. Yeah, I have been thinking about... that's kind of my backup plan, Black Flame. I kind of want to try a pure fire setup. Purely experimental. I want to see if I can get this cluster with this cluster, the combination of the self-immolation with Molten Carapace with the 100% ignite, reduced magnitude. That's kind of the rough plan. I just want to play around with that. If the fire ultimately fails, then yeah, we can move our way up here to the Black Flame, as you said. Because I do know that that is strong. Yeah, Resin, the Grim Pillars was that was a super fun build to experiment with. And once you get oh my god, going completely. Oh, once you get Rakiata's Flow, especially, it just goes absolutely insane.
Yes. Quickly. I will make use of this. Time is of the essence.
Well, the thing with fire spells is it's super easy to get penetration because fire penetration on fire spells completely ignores fire res. So you obviously don't get the benefits of going the negatives, but you at least don't need a stack penetration. You just put this support on and you're completely ignoring resistances. That, and I've got a Rakiata's Flow on my Infernalist, which I can always put on if I really get desperate. So I've got options. The whole idea is just to do something different. Just experiment. It's that time of the league just to do different shit. Test stuff out. See what works. I'm completely prepared for this to fail. What's that cliche saying? It's about the journey, not the destination. Even leveling with like this Ember+Fuselage has been a lot of fun because I think I've done the last probably about 6 or 7 campaign playthroughs I've done has been the same Plants Bone Storm build, so it's refreshing just to do this in and of itself. Mate, that would be huge. There's a few people on THC that have actually got the Corrupt. I think there's 1 or 2 people that I've seen link the Palm. I think we're going to just full send it into Monkey. Last time I did this, I got hit 3 times, but I survived it. Hopefully I don't create another meme clip of how horrible I am at game mechanics. That was pretty easy. I already need 2 points before I can get this self-immolation up and running. Once I hit 65, I'll probably pivot away from Bone Storm and get the Flame Blast set up. I don't know. I'm killing, you know. I don't know if there's any 8 mana remnants actually spawning. Oh my god, what's going on with the desync?
That's what you get, you overgrown chicken.
This is hardcore, Bubble. This is Timmy's private league. THC league. Thank you, thank you. Cheeky 1 in 10,000 mage blood. Oh, a reverie though. That's handy. Grab a spare one of those.
Almost lost a toad of frostbite back there.
Almost through the campaign, fingers crossed.
next? What rock did you crawl out from? Never come between a man and his next payday.
Alrighty, last zone of the campaign. Let's go. Crap. What do I do here? Oh, I need the unset rings in order to upgrade Enfeeble because I need to take it out of the Blasphemy. It's so annoying how you have to do that. Wish you could upgrade it while it's inside Blasphemy. Take this out. Now we can put this back in. May as well carry these unset rings around with me.
What is it?
No, it's too low roll.
Indeed.
Alrighty, last boss fight. Just need to watch out for the lightning beams.
What nonsense do you speak?
No matter. Now you die.
No sacrifice is hopeless.
The blaster.
God, the chaining on Bone Storm is actually kind of nutty for these boss fights with multiple bosses. Oh, campaign done. Nice. It's actually pretty damn comfortable.
The Quachik may have beware.
How can... Go on. These are our supplies. Go.
Hardcore, yes, Hellhound. For the 10% damage reduction with loyalty and last gasp. Altered Flesh is, in my opinion, not really worth picking up until you get some chaos resistance. Because otherwise you really get practically no value out of it. Finally got this online now. See how this feels. The reduced duration of the ignite on Cloak will kind of counter it a little bit, but we'll see how it feels.
Quickly, the time.
And on softcore, 100% demon form. Demon form, from a softcore point of view, is probably one of the most powerful first ascendancies you can get in the game. Can go to hideout now. Nice.
Good news. Well, we didn't die.
Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Oh god, the first two are nice. Okay, resistances. A little bit sketch. This has come online as well. Although if I craft this, this is a item level 64. I might be able to craft this soon. Although I am potentially tempted to run this because the chaos resistance on it is nice as well. It won't be as good of a damage source offhand, obviously. But it'll be good defensively and solve my resistances early. Also, how many... Got 3 runes of hollowing, so I really do need to save those when I have my final wand, which will be probably... the +5 that I have here. Maybe. Really need this. Level 65. 4 more levels. Do I wait 4 more levels and then do all of this stuff? This is a good base. Getting a triple resistance ring online would be tempting as well. Alternatively, I can get to 65 and kind of... There's this as well. I'll see. We'll jump into a map and see how we go. Definitely need some better gloves though, bloody hell. The one roll that I didn't want to roll off.
Hello, Outlander. What do you think? Carry on.
They're trash. Seriously, I don't have any gloves anywhere. It's crazy. Oh no, wait, I do have these. They're okay. These are some resistances, solves my cold. Probably swap that cold rune for a lightning just to balance it out a little bit more, and I think that'll be good enough just to at least get started. Like I said, at 65 we can do a little bit more playing around with things. Let's just dip our toe in the water for, I don't know, T3, white map. May as well just clear some Atlas maps, I'm guessing. Actually, I don't want to do water maps though. Until you have completed the campaign. I have completed the campaign. Talked to the hooded one, didn't I? Yeah. What have I got left to do?
Yes.
I have to use the map device here, do I? Okay, do the first map for here. Alright, let's see how this feels. We're 6 levels under. The self-ignite seems to be up relatively consistently. It's a good sign. Yeah, that's feeling good. So we got a few item upgrades at 65 available. We've got the Dominus Grasp lineage support available as well, which will give us more chaining, which will help with the clear. So we'll see how things feel then. Where do I go from here? I don't mind stacking some magnitude. Ignite magnitude. Some there. For flame blast. Flammability and ignite magnitude, that might be tempting. Oh, there's some down here as well. Flammability, ignite. All of this. Kind of need to make my way down here for the armor as well. From a defensive standpoint. Magnitude of ailments. Oh, that's a juicy one. 30%. Wasted travel node, but still. 24, 54 magnitude. On the way to that dual socket as well. I think that might be tempting. Go down here, get access to the armor, get the dual socket, pick that up. Continue down here maybe. Maybe pick up these two, even though this is a wasted point. Or we make our way up here towards elemental equilibrium. Somewhat inclined to try something a little bit quirky. We'll make our way down this way. Could pick up that node actually as well next.
Darkness descends, and with it, your end.
Single target's definitely lacking. Is Bone Storm even hitting him? That definitely did. Yeah, I think I definitely need to get the Flame Blast online. Three more levels. Can I go to my hideout now?
treasures. Deal? For now, we part.
What was I thinking of putting at this point earlier? Oh, yeah. This Rogue Exile's annoying. Whew. Give me a moment, just need to make a phone call. remember to actually unmute myself this time.
What is it? These are our supplies. A useful trade. Time is of the essence.
Flasks. I do hope they fix Hex Blast one of these days. That would be very, very nice. Where we have here. That's a respectable one. Ah, this is the one I was looking for. And Ultimate Mana. Oh, whatever. That'll do. Map clear's feeling pretty good. Single target is lacking. I really do need to get Flameblast with the Ignite magnitude stacking up and running for the single target, I feel. But in general, I'm in a bit of a limbo. I need one more level and I've got a bunch of things that I can switch into from a gear and lineage support perspective. So just kind of quickly rushing to that level 65 milestone, and then we'll see how it feels. And I'd probably also set up Flame Blast at that point, even if I don't have much magnitude, just to again see how it feels from a baseline point of view. How you been, Blizz? I think we're all waiting on 0.55 now, eh? I'm really hoping that they announce it during Gamescom and that it's like maybe 2-3 weeks away at most. I think that would be really, really nice timing. Have another week or two of THC and then maybe have a week off before 0.55. And then typically, what, about a couple of days a week prep for it. Yeah, I'd imagine we get some sort of news. I'd be surprised if they don't announce it soon. I reckon they'll be aiming to have 0.55 drop 4 months from 0.5 release, which would be like in about 3 weeks, if I'm not wrong. 2-3 weeks. Oh, this boss can be a bit scary.
For my king!
Just may keep my distance here. Stay away from me, please. Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of rebalance. See, this is what I mean. The single target's a bit off. Got mana issues as well. Clear the rest of the map, hopefully get this level up. There we go. There we go. Kind of want to make my way here, don't I? Do I respec all of these? Possibly. That gives me nothing. Maybe I'll go up through here. Could actually beeline through here. It's kind of awkward, isn't it? It all kind of joins up. So these projectile nodes are... This one's decent value, but that's quite a lot of travel. Stun build up as well there. They won't help Flame Blast. Let's see what I can do from a... What, this thing? This is my little Frankenstein experimentation. Kind of feel like I'm gonna really need this as well for mana sustain. Is this instillable? Yes, Despair, Guilt, Envy. May throw that on the Astramentus just temporarily. Well, very first thing is this comes off. God, I really should sort these out. These go on. More resistances. In particular, Chaos. Now the question is, do I get the Chaos res from Shenabog and go a little bit more defensive, or do I just YOLO it? And I suspect I'm going to YOLO it and use this. Get rid of this.
Time. Good for it.
Let's go all in on damage. Is there anything I can do with this +5? Although I go with the +4. With the easier crafting path. Is there any +5 ones on them? Whoop. One divine. Pretty similar to the one I've got. Damage is extra fire though. It's the one that I have. Extra lightning. And I'm stacking a bunch of increased fire damage. For one divine, I may have a gamble on it. Maybe throw in a null and hopefully strip off something bad. Kind of do need to think about really don't have a lot of armor applies to elemental at the moment either. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit lackluster. May have to think about making a Chaos Res ring. This is decent. No, that's a maybe. Do I like 1 in 50% chance desecrate off the mana region? Oh, not 50 because I'd have to put another suffix on first. It's 3 to 1, 3 of these. Oh Jesus, a whole heap in here as well. Just seriously, nothing with any potential? All res lightning. God, that's a low tier. Chaos Res T4. Still, maybe. Then again, this is triple res. Maybe I just flux this. It's triple T5 though. What's that going to result in? Oh god, that's so low. 10%. No.
Mingleton, you little bastard! The master relaxes at home. It is a good day.
Let's keep it moving, yeah?
Mingleton, stop that!
Or do I just pull gear off my Infernalist? Tempting. Do I need the Chaos Implicit? If it's tier 2, T1, 20, 24. Oh, good old Pokemon. Oh no, we got 2 of those. So there's a T2. If I get a T1 desecration from the hybrid and a T3 from the essence, how much does that add up to at a minimum or a mid-level? 45-ish, 60-ish. I kind of do need the implicit just and guaranteed. Although, do I have any... I do have a couple of catalysts. The T1 Chaos though, is that going to bump up the level requirement? It will, won't it? 81. Fuck. Not sure if I can rely on a ring craft just yet to solve my Chaos res. Bit frustrating, but it is what it is. Got these 2 fire wands and this. What will these focus crafts do if I slam expedition alloys onto it? What level are those mods? 65, that's fine. $25, that's fine. Okay, that's potential. Although this is a world focus, I'm not going to get a lot of runic ward out of this. Maybe I just do a basic craft on this. See if I can get any resistances. And use, what is it, the sorcery to get the spell damage on. T1. Actually, what level is that? 60, that's fine. Then desecrate on a suffix. Super simple craft. Will be a nice damage boost. Yeah, let's just do that. Jeez, so low on ribs. Speed will do. Not a very high tier, but it's at least a useful stat. And then the rest is RNG with the Exalt. Spam. Resistance, we'll take that. And a hybrid. Energy shield doesn't do anything for us, but it's alright. Get a little bit of the runic ward out of it. Not a bad little focus. Got some lightning res out of it as well. Socket free. What level requirement? A massive miss. They're all level 80. Yeah, it's going to be a while. Jeez, if I craft one of these, it may pop up in level. brick. Oh my god. Well, that's answers that question on Tom in terms of the wands. Jeez. It's like 1 in 4 gone, 1 in 4 gone. This may be the candidate then. Probably wait until I can get a ritual omen to target the prefix, pull that off. Yeah, I think this will be the wand. We'll do that a little bit later. Because again, I can't craft these because if I hit a higher tier, it's just going to bring up the higher level. Could do something quick and nasty with this. Will probably be worth it. Again, if I hit something higher tier though, it's going to bring up the level, but I said, oh, look, we may as well. Is it worth an echo? Probably not. We'll slam it and see what lands. Mana, yeah, definitely not worth an echo now. Life per enemy killed, ugh. That's at least something. Minor upgrade, and it doesn't have the rune in it either. The quick answer, Tiny, is ideally both. You'd want to do both, ideally. You definitely want to make sure your fire resistance is at 75% if you haven't already got that. Armor applies daily is probably the easier route. I was playing that build in hardcore and got it to level 92 without lowering my max life at all, I don't think. So I was just relying purely on armor. The other solution is just don't use Pyro Pact and get a source of Mana Leech if it's causing you that many problems. If you're playing on softcore, it shouldn't be too dramatic. The Pyromagnetic Pact in softcore is really just quality of life, so you don't have to worry about mana drain, rares, and saves the one suffix for the Mana Leech. But otherwise, you can just get Mana Leech on either gloves or a ring, and that will solve your mana issues. Will I keep using these +1s on things like this? Oh, look, bugger it. Also, actually, probably should have crafted this first. No problems. Happy to help. Ugh, mana. Can't believe those 2+5 wands, the null hit. +5 in both occasions. Man. For the vines, God, that's definitely not worth it. All the good stuff comes online a bit later, doesn't it? Kind of need to just get to level 80. Let's just get Flameblast up. See how that feels. Probably need the 2 unset rings to actually equip it as well. I've got them there. What do I throw in? Do I just... look, we'll go pure fire. We're getting rid of the Bone Storm. We're going to have to use this as well. I'm going to need 4 of these. Let's just go all in. Per stage. Imagine Burgeon is good for this. Channeling. Rapid casting, more stages. And now I need some Ignite related stuff as well, I think. That one. We can get Ignite on ourselves and pull that off with that. That should be nice. What else is good with Flameblast? What are they suggesting here? Night duration, I don't really care about that. Consider casting more damage. Flammability magnitude, I'd imagine it should be, that goal should be to have it hit hard enough that I don't need. Maybe area of effect. Like how big does it get? Actually, it's pretty big, isn't it? How quick is it getting to that 10 stages? One. Pretty quick. What were they running? What was Rabbit running? What would Dead Rabbit do? What has he done in his build? He's obviously using Chaos, so that may be a little bit misleading, but we'll still have a look. Oh god. Put that away. Zenith. Execute, that's low life. Considered casting. Okay, so considered casting is kind of the play. I think I had a considered casting in here, didn't I? Yep. So I think that's just going to be the same. Now I need to balance this out. I can take out 2 strength supports. At some point, I'm really going to have to think about how the hell I'm going to fit in enough dex supports to get us all balanced. We're probably going to have to reach a point where I'm not relying on Orb of Storms, Frost Bomb and all of that, and actually get all these numbers down so it's a bit easier, but for now that will have to do, I think. I think I'm going to also...
I got a different idea.
Yeah, got Burgeon. That was the first one. That's definitely the highest value support.
Speak.
I may go super defensive and go this route. Kind of thinking that I go through here as well. Oh god. Do I do this? This gives me nothing. No. Maybe. Four. This is still decent value. This is kind of lackluster. Oh god, why didn't it remove those?
New strategy required.
Probably lost a bunch of damage, but got a little bit tankier. Got a bunch of ignite magnitude here. This is actually a lot, 54. We got another jewel socket as well. It's a bit of an orchidry. I'll probably have to do some off-stream optimization of this, but let's just kind of, let's find a decent jewel. Maybe one with some magnitudes on it for the Flameblast. Another thing I could do... Yeah. Split personality, start with the witch. No, probably, you know what, I probably wouldn't even mind a split personality that starts with the Templar area. That would be probably the best. So I still want to do armor stacking, so I still need to go into this area. Templar or Witch, honestly, would be good. Either of them would be quite strong. Another option I do potentially have, I know there's a whole bunch of ignite magnitude and damaging ailment kind of related stuff in this area, but it's kind of awkward. Because I still need access to all this fire stuff as well. So probably a Templar arguably would be good. Stuff like this is potentially interesting to consider as well. Anyway, we'll find a jewel. We'll test this out first. It's not ideal, but it's something. Do I have any... Fire, I can probably... How much am I over on the fire? 21, so that can go into a cold. And I can put a lightning in the focus just to get my resistances looking a bit better. Chaos is probably good enough at this lower tier maps. Can solve that with a ring a bit later on. I'm gonna have to get the armor applies to Chaos very soon. A jewel. I wanted a jewel. Ruby might be the play for armor, ignite magnitude. There's a whole bunch of magnitude stuff and fire damage on. Armor, fire damage, max fire res. Flammability. Ignite magnitude, armor. Armor, flammability. Penetration does nothing. Ignite, flammability. Spell damage, flammability, ignite. Oh look, we'll just slap that on probably. Just to save time, we'll put that on for now. It's got some at least respectable stuff. I'll sort through my jewels later off stream. This is such a Frankenstein of a passive tree. Wow, look, we'll give it a go. Expectations are low. We'll see how it feels. Where's a map? Jump into a T4, eh? White T4, just to test the waters. 400 div for a split personality. Jeez. Are there any prisms? 23. Anything interesting in here? No. Split personality. Wow. Yo, Congley. Which one are you talking about, Goldhand? To the south? Or are you talking about this one to here? Yeah, I definitely will be pathing down to this cluster. This is super high value for armor stacking. I'm guessing that's the one you're talking about? Yeah. 100%. That'll probably be the next priority. I'll pick up this node and then move the way here. Well, depending on how the damage feels. Is there a fire cluster, is there? It's kind of lackluster though. I don't know. I'll have to do some POBing. We'll play around with this first. That Flameblast definitely felt like it chunked. I really need to solve my mana. The mana's the biggest thing. Oh god, the flame blast definitely feels good. Holy shit. If only I can get up. There is cooldown close to the mercenary area, isn't there? Fuck, I reckon this is worth picking up. 20% cooldown just here. This is all value as well. This is armor, projectile damage. Shit, I'll be picking this up. God, it's even tempting to potentially respec something and pick that up now. Well, either way, that's probably the next priority. Get the cooldown a little bit. Is there anything that I could swap out for cooldown here? Potentially the commiserate, but that's a massive multiplier to the ignite. Maybe considered casting for cooldown or rapid casting. Maybe the rapid casting actually. I would have to see how long the build up is without it. Actually, I can quickly test that now. How does this feel without the rapid casting? Still decent. Probably do the cooldown recovery instead of that. It'll be interesting to see how it feels on the boss, because that's where we're really struggling at the moment. The map clear has always been okay up until this point. Armor's definitely looking already a little bit healthier, which is good. So we didn't lose much with that respec. If anything, it feels actually better, so that's a good sign. Fuck, Flameblast is nice. Holy moly. Okay, very happy with the Flameblast thus far. Let's see. I'm really curious to see how it feels on the boss though, because that's where it's important. We want to get an ignite on ourselves so the commiserate procs. So that's what we need first. Get ignited. And boom. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay, I actually feel like, geez, I honestly did not, I suspected this would work. I didn't think it would work that well. Fuck. Alright. I think we need to go up a tier. That's for sure. So, to give a bit of context to what my idea was, the Gemling just straight up as a baseline has ridiculous magnitude scaling on the Flameblast. Because what, you get up to 10 stacks, so that's 520% more magnitude of damaging ailments. Just from the Gemling alternate quality from the Ascendancy. We've then got Searing Flame on there, which is 100% more as well. And keep in mind, these more multipliers don't add together, they multiply against each other. So just this multiplied against the 520 makes it 1,000. Then we've got 40% from the Commiserate, and because we're using this self-immolation tech to get the ignite onto ourselves, we then pull it off with Commiserate and get 40% more. So that brings it to 1,400 multiplier. And then in the tree, we've got a couple of sources of increased. So it ends up being somewhere probably in the range of, you know, we got 50 odd here. We've got 20 here. There's 15 here. There's probably close to 100% increased. So all up, it ends up being like 3,000 ignite magnitude. And hence the result. Ember Fuselage simply because I've never used it before and it looks like fun. And the Gemling in particular is very good with the Ember Fuselage due to this alternate quality allowing for easy access to reduce skill effect duration so it fires off quick. It reduces the hover. We could use Pinnacle Power, yes, on the weapon swap. Much like I did on the Infernalist. I'll play around with that endgame a little bit more. I wanted to at least do something relatively basic to start off. Let's go a little bit blasé and do a higher tier on a boss. And let's try a powerful map boss as well. Get an Overseer tablet. Maybe not affect magic monsters, that'll do. And we need a map. Let's try a T7. White. We'll try a white T7. Reservoir, I think, is a pretty decent. Actually, no, I need one mod on there. Evasive, that's fine. Ah, shit, I forgot to do something. I wanted to anoint the... I really need to balance out my attributes a little bit more as well. I need to solve the mana. I wanted to anoint something onto the amulet, the Astraventus, just to help with the mana for now. I'll have to do that a bit later. So 71, we're 6 levels under. Let's see how this feels both from a defensive and offensive point of view. So defensively, I'm relatively okay. This will be a good test of the Flameblast as well. Oh, does a lot of damage, doesn't it? Fuck. Just gonna make up sure, yep, that's sorted. Oh, that's another thing that... Oh no. Fire penetration does nothing for ignite, so... No, I don't need to bother with that. Oh my god, Flameblast is so nice. I did not expect it to hit this hard this early. We've invested very little into this so far. And it's already one-shotting shit. Holy. It's just, oh god, the cooldown's a bit awkward. Black Flame Covenant, I believe, is the popular approach to this build. There's obviously a lot of EDC Flameblast builds out there. That's kind of where the original idea for this came from. The reason I wanted to do it as a pure fire setup and with Ember Fuselage, there's two reasons. One, I think I mentioned it earlier, I haven't played around with Ember Fuselage before and I've been meaning to do so. So I've wanted to do that. Secondly, fire spells and fire setups are just very unpopular and like very hard to get to work. So the idea, I just basically had an idea to try and make fire work just purely as fire without anything else. Because it's so hard typically to do, and this is the only idea I had where it maybe would be viable. And so far it's so good. I suspect it might drop off a little bit the deeper we get, but we'll see. Yeah, exactly. I suspect I very much will need to get the Breach Amulet. Either craft it through the Amulet Womb Gift or craft it through the Altered Collarbone Desecration to get the base crit of their Fuselage up so we can unlock crit. But we'll see how far we can get without that. Yeah, good call out. I forgot about that amulet, actually. Let's quickly, I'm curious, like, when I have a free moment. Do you remember the exact name of it? Fireflower. I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah, because you can get a +4 on that. What else does it give me? Rarity of items is mana regen. Take fire damage. If that's a hit, then I'll probably have enough mitigation where that is negligible. When I get back to town, I might pick up this one for 3 chaos. I've got very, very good, like, I know I could just deck this character out the moment it hits level 80 if we get that far. Fingers crossed we don't rip. There's a whole heap of awesome shit that I have on my Infernalist that I could pass across. Like, even just like the Rakiata's Flow, and it'll just trivialize probably everything. But I kind of want to try and get it working without all that. So that amulet's a good idea. Yeah, I'll probably grab this one. Okay, let's have a look at how the Flame Blast goes on this boss. I'm assuming this is the boss arena. I need to get ignited. Does it kill it? Holy shit. Okay. Not bad. It's insane how much ignite damage it does, isn't it? Like, I want to watch that back. Like, I did barely 5-10% of its damage on the initial hit. So how much bloody ignite damage is it doing? I hope it doesn't get nerfed either, because Flame Blast has been so unpopular for such a long time and so clunky to use. So to actually have an application for it, you know, shame that it's only the Gemling that can do it, but still. Oh, geez. It's going to be a little bit finicky, isn't it? I am safe in town, yep. I want to see how much the initial hit is in comparison to the ignite. Alright, got the ignite on myself. What's that? Probably about 15%. 15, maybe 20 if we're generous. Yeah, so the amount of ignite is ridiculous. So based on a hit that big, roughly, it's doing all of that in ignite damage. Spell totems can't use channeling spells, unfortunately. That's huge. Holy shit. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. Oh, 3 points to get a bit of... Where can I pull 3 points out of? One thing I'll do very quickly.
We've all got regrets.
I'll nerf my Flameblast, but just get a little bit more defenses for that 1 point. We'll get a bit of cooldown area. Actually, no. Bonestone does work with Spell. What? Oh, no. I always confuse this. Spell totems can't use cooldown spells. So it could use, technically, Flame Blast. Interesting idea. Not gonna lie, it is kind of tempting. Oh no, Flame Blast does have a cooldown, so no, I am correct. You can't use it because Flame Blast is a channeling, but it's got a cooldown as well. Yeah, I'm sure there's some restriction on Spell Totem. I remember. I believe it's where is it? Shockwave. Well, where's the totem? Am I blind? Yeah, cannot use skills with cooldowns. And Flame Blast has a cooldown. So, yeah, no, unfortunately. We did talk about putting in the cooldown reduction potentially in place of the cast speed. Is that worth? Probably. So we want to channel for 2 seconds anyway for Burgeon, so channeling too quick will negate the damage for Burgeon. And I imagine this brings down the cooldown quite a bit. 10 seconds to 7.5, that'll feel a lot better. I'll hold on to this. Just means I need to pull out one of these strength supports, so that's still balanced.
Speak quickly. I will make use of this. Of course.
Shock, ground, enfeeble. Do I have any other nicer T8s? Yeah, whatever, I'm not doing a lot of crit damage. And that was a powerful map boss as well. Pit is a little bit awkward. Flotsam, Riverhold, Mineshaft, Forge. Epitaph, I think this is a nice one, isn't it? Okay, so T8, powerful map boss. Let's see how this feels. I think we're going to be 5 or 6 levels under again. Oh, I won't do Delirium. Yeah, 5 levels under, so this should be a pretty good test. Oh god, I forgot to anoint the amulet yet again. Yo. that hit it? Or was there terrain in the way? So much fun. Yeah, if I can solve my mana, this build is going to feel really nice, I think, if it continues to scale this way. The thing is, there's actually quite a few cooldown clusters. There's one down here as well and one here. There could be a world where I just try and make a pure Flameblast build. Get this, 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 anoint, this. Wonder how far I could get the cooldown down to. Like 2 seconds to cast with a 2-second cooldown. Get some area of effect and just do big screen clears. Maybe. You need to be careful not to get too overconfident here, because I still haven't really stress tested this from a defensive point of view. What's that? Jaws. Need to sort out my filter off stream as well. Actually, I'll just do... I can't remember which one it was. This? Let's go straight to the boss. Give it a go. Clear out this trash so it doesn't follow us. Alright, T8 powerful. Oh shit, why does there have to be Abyss in here? This is going to be a bit sketchy. Alright, over 1 million damage. Nice. That hit anyone? I'm gonna be careful here. I got 3 Abyss rares, which aren't taking any damage. God, why are these guys taking no damage? I've got barely any investment into it whatsoever, so it's just going to get crazier. The only thing I have invested in Ignite Magnitude, I think I've got nothing there. Actually, I should probably swap this out there. Now, this extra lightning damage is giving me nothing. So I've got 14% here and 20% here. That's the only investment I've got. In terms of the passive tree, I've got this cluster here, which is quite high value. That's got 24 and 30, so that's 54. And I think there's one node here, 15. So very little. Ignite magnitude. I don't think there's any in here. Is there any here? Oh, 10% here. There's probably roughly about 100% increase ignite magnitude, but definitely, yeah, jewels are huge value. I'm going to path down and pick up this one. If I get this cooldown, it may be tempting to come down and get this and get more cooldown with this as well. So I can just spam the shit out of it. There's probably a world where I may be tempted just not to bother with crit at all. How that will feel into the end game, I'd probably be relying on the Flameblast primarily. But I don't know. We've got some things that we can, some levers that we can pull. The biggest thing for Ignite Magnitude is actually... I only wanted to do the boss here, so we'll jump out of this. So the massive thing for Ignite Magnitude is the... Can't remember what the rune is called. I believe I've got one. Socketables. It's one of these. This one. Catlin's Decay Modifiers. You slap this on gloves and there's a whole bunch of real good stuff that you can roll. It's going to be, I don't know if I'll have the currency for it and what impact it will have on my defenses, but if you have a look, it's pretty crazy what you can potentially stack. You got Ignite Magnitude, Magnitude of Ailments, like expose, probably just the prefixes, Ignite Magnitude, and increased magnitude of ailments, and they're pretty high rolls, like 30%. I think this is the big one. Like you focus on getting this 50%. Ignite magnitude and magnitude of ailments are effectively the same thing when it comes to Ignite, and it's more so the wording that comes before it. If it says increased, it's additive. If it says more, it's multiplicative. So it's more about the wording that comes before it. Increased, additive, more, multiplicative. Let's have a look. If there's some bases, I'll definitely pick them up. Three divines for those ones. Is there any magic? I'd probably want to do it on this tier. Since there's just one of these, I'm actually going to pick these up. Do I have enough divines? I think I've got 5 or 6 left. And what was the other one that I was... Flower, fire flower. May just grab this one as well. Potentially look into using it. Plus 4 levels is chunky, my word. And the fact that it comes with a little bit of spirit actually does help. Although, how much does it help? It's enough to get another 30, so that definitely does help. Yeah, this definitely, whoever... Apologies, I can't remember which one of you suggested this first, but that was definitely an idea. Why not Black Flame Covenant? Well, firstly, without split personality, it's quite an investment travel-wise to get up here. That's number one. But the main reason is simply the Black Flame Covenant setup with ED Contagion is just a known build. I don't want to follow a build. I'm trying to come up with something new and experimenting with some ideas I've had. The main thing I wanted to experiment with is to try and get a pure fire setup. There's barely any pure fire builds out there. Everything typically will always go to Black Flame Covenant because it's just so much easier to scale chaos damage and there's a lot less resistance to it. But I wanted to have a bit of fun with just trying to do fire, and I wanted to try the self-immolation combination of this cluster with this one. So I've got 100% ignite on self-immunity, well, reduction of effect, while also getting, you know, this is a very high value node, a lot of fire damage and armor. The self-ignite then also allows me to use commiserate, which is another 40% multiplier, 40% multiplier in the ignite, which is massive considering how much multiplication there is already through Searing Flame and the alt quality. So that was the kind of idea. I just wanted to get a pure fire setup working and see if it was viable. Because, yeah, typically everything goes through Black Flame Covenant and I just don't want to follow something that's already been done before. But, yeah, it's looking very promising. We're at level 68 and we just did over 1 million damage to a boss with very little investment. So yeah, I don't have an I've got a crappy amulet. We got potentially access to 4 more levels there. This wand is pretty horrendous. The crit does nothing for us really at the moment. The focus is pretty good. We got a lot of room for the gloves potentially with the decay modifiers. Jewels. I need to look through my jewels. There's a lot of magnitude scaling available on the jewels. So yeah, the short answer is I just want to have some fun doing a fire setup. That's the main reason. I need a new... Look, we'll put it in here for now. So disorganized with all this. Got all these jewels to look through as well. If that was ignite magnitude rather than flammability, that would be interesting. Fire damage, armor. That's potential. Yeah, look, I'm gonna have to look through all this stuff. Think I may wrap things up there. That seems like a nice place to end things. Very happy with how it's feeling at the moment. Honestly, did not expect that pivot into Flameblast to be that good. That's crazy. I was honestly expecting to maybe have to use 2 or 3 Flameblast to kill a boss. The fact that I'm killing bosses 5 levels above me in one shot with some slap together gear makes it very exciting for what this could potentially do. Yeah, literally. Well, to give a context, I'm Blizz, you're the same. You play a lot of Infernalists. So being an Infernalist main with so much access to crit scaling, flame skills is just something I've never really looked at because up until 0.5, there really wasn't any reliable or efficient way to scale fire spells. You know, now with the introduction of the increase to the base crit on amulets, and this Gemling well, again, the Gemling isn't an Infernalist, but there, you know, there's more levers to pull with the fire spells. But being an Infernalist main, I've just never played around with them. But yeah, Flameblast, holy shit, I'm in love with that at the moment. Like I said, part of me, given how much damage that Flameblast is doing, I need to do some POBing, but if I can get that cooldown down to like even 3 seconds would probably feel okay from a mapping point of view. Maybe there's a world where I just do a pure Flame Blast setup, stack cooldown reduction, and just run around a map doing nothing but Flame Blast. Take 1 or 2 seconds to charge it up, let it go, maybe have 1 second to run around. It may not feel super fantastic, but maybe something interesting to try. I could then drop the snake pit. Yeah, Catalyst actually, that's a good call out. Is there any listed?
I'll post it right away.
No. I may have to ask in global tomorrow. You could cheat and add contagion. Nah, I want to avoid using chaos spells. Yeah, Chronomancer, I'd imagine. Although, Chronomancer from a cooldown point of view, and if you're just using Pilium, I can see it, but the magnitude from Flame Blast is just ridiculous. I mean, the Gemling ult quality. Like, this 52% is times per stage, so it's like 500% plus, and I haven't even invested into any more quality. I could probably, once I get some more perfect jewelers, try and get a 23, maybe look at some other ways. What is it, the Fox Idol? Do I actually have a Fox Idol? That reminds me. I do. Oh. Holy shit, I do actually have a Fox Idol. I could get more quality from that as well. What's that? 5% quality, I believe, from the Bonded. I hope it does, Deddy, but I wouldn't surprise if they cut it back a little bit. They could honestly probably halve that amount and it'll still feel broken. Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, you know, yeah, I don't have shit gear. There's some respectable amount of gear here, but ultimately I've got practically, I kind of just slapped this together and it's just one-shotting things already. Yeah, exactly. It's not meta enough that maybe it will slip under the radar, because GGG tends to do that. They'll tend to nerf builds which have a large player base using things that can be slightly maybe overtuned, but with little people using. Yeah, fingers crossed. It's a lot of fun. Anyways, let's have a look who else is online. Pass on a raid. Mr. Blaze is back. We'll have to throw it to Blaze, won't we? Re-rolling. Yeah, thank you guys as always. Really appreciate the guys that lurk around and show up every single time and chat. actively. It makes it a lot more fun. Yeah, I'll probably do a little bit of POBing and having a look through the jewels, see if I can tweak some things a little bit. Definitely will probably try and get this online, but I'll have to see how I am with attributes. I think this will be the #1 priority, and jewels. But anyway, 07 guys, I'm going to find Blaze, and I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. Have a good day, night, afternoon, whatever it is where you are. And we're starting raid, and we'll jump over in 10 seconds.